Okay. Okay, so this is RVol Movers MRM popped up. MRM has been kind of showing up. About 15,000 volume on a 1 minute. We got 700. We got about 800,000 on a 5 minute. MRM, there's no catalyst on that, so I don't know what's going on. 7 o'clock, who knows? Traders are at their desk. That would have been a nice little move. Get a break of that candle right there. 208 at 210. Yeah, we get a break of that. We had a little pullback to 9 EMA. Get in at 216, and you're already got 10 cents. That would have been a decent trade. MACD's open. Check to make sure everything good. Okay, ultra low latency, yeah. Connection, excellent. Okay. All right, let's see what the market gives us today. Got shot. Got shot there. Have real right here. MRM shot. MRM R-ball movers. Okay. What you got? Real KPRX. KPRX. PH. Do anything. MRM. PRX. MRM. MRM popped earlier. Go. Could have gotten yourself about 15 cents out of that if you got to the high. But there's no catalyst on this that I can see. I've added a new banner here called TZ Momo. I'm testing it, so you're not going to see it on your system. MRM is probably a no-go. That's because the move has already been made right here. That was very short-lived move. Move earlier this morning right here. 4 o'clock it popped up, so no, it's going to pop and drop. Okay, so this TZ Momo, this is not a trade signal. So when something shows up, that doesn't mean just to jump right in. I'm writing the code. Right now it's just bare bones minimum. What it's looking for is on a 5-minute. On a 5-minute, it's looking to make the if. See if we can't get a good candle. Yeah, like this one right here. It's looking to see if this candle, like you would be on the current candle right here. It's looking to see if this candle is making higher highs and higher lows. And it's checking to see if this candle right here, if that candle is positive on the MACD, which means we're starting to move back up. Like this right here would be positive, but it only shows up positive if it's a 0.01 positive on the MACD, which means it is spreading apart. I can adjust that, but right now that's all that does. What I need to do later on today, I need to add a filter. We need to add a filter that's below the VWAP. VWAP is 224 and it's 232, so it says it's above here, but on here it says 192. I need to call Lightspeed and see what's up with that. Or actually send them a support ticket and see what's up with that. See what in yeah, TradingView has the 2.25. Momo, why would that show? Well, that's a volume 0. Oh. Is be and. All right, I need to. RM. Let's check the VWAP on that. Okay, so the VWAP there says basically 220. That says 220. That says And I don't know. Hmm. Oh. Is it going off the VWAP? How far back is it? Read. No, this is the session VWAP right here, which means 4 o'clock. I think this is incorrect. And the VWAP number is correct, but the way where the starting VIN is not doing anything. Tab ICHR not doing anything. PH nothing. That's nothing. RAM. It's too much of a pullback below the VWAP. So gonna this news is nothing. That came up earlier. That was 5 o'clock. INI is in RVOLs. I need to check it. Lower result and higher result and correct. The Qs are looking halfway decent, I think. Hmm. That's not going to show up on the TZ Momo, but that's basically what I'm looking for is seeing if this right here, if this candle is making higher highs and higher lows from that candle, and the current candle you're in, the 1 minute has to be the current 1 minute has to be above the MACD has to be above 0.01, which this is not. 0.01 is way up here, but this is not moving very fast. Um, Don't worry about MKZR. There's no volume there. This did not show up on the Momo scanner because this is not making higher highs. I have 257, high 257, so it's just basically break even, which I could change the code to add that, but I'm not. You could have had a break of 258 right here. Would have already gotten yourself 10 cents pretty easily, but that just not into that one. Yeah. AZR. Yeah, it's this right here was making higher highs, higher lows from this, and then it showed up on the scanner, on the Momo scanner. That's fine. BINI, basically the same thing. This one is making higher highs and higher lows on the 5-minute, and the MACD's positive. So what that's telling you, I don't know why the volume is 0. I got to figure out why that volume is 0, but we'll worry about that later. I just kind of threw the code together last night so I can test it this morning. What I am looking for is, see, I have this chart right here. Well, here, let me bring, like, the 1 minute is right here, and then I have the 5-minute, like, right beside that. So I'm kind of looking at a 5-minute for confirmation. Make sure we're making higher highs, higher lows, and then I get the micro pullbacks on the 1 minute. So I'm looking to write the code to reduce me looking at the 5-minute. Like, I don't want to look at the 5-minute. So I'm writing the code. I'm writing code so it basically analyzes the chart for me. That might be lazy, but hey, I just want to sit back and look at good trades. So BINIMRM JAMF. That's a nothing. Skin. That's a nothing. MRM. MRM, if you were looking at and you got in on the break of 218, which is right here, but problem with it is that it's negative on the MACD. The MACD is negative. You want this move right here. With the MACD positive, you want it to go in on these moves. That MACD's negative. Okay, now it's starting to get a little bit better, but the moving averages are just basically ending. About 7 minutes till we got 7:30. Hopefully we'll get some news. Now, BINI could have been a decent trade. Let's take a look at this. So you had this right here, which was 250. So that's a half dollar mark. MACD was positive. The volume was good. That's another thing I need to look for, this Momo scanner. The Momo scanner needs to have increasing volume. Okay. Okay. So, easy Momo. Easy Mo to do. What I need to do is I need to check the 1 minute volume is greater than, like right here, we have this trade right here. This would be your stop right here. This is your entry point, because it would break that candle. So at 251, that would be your entry point, like right here. Stop would be down here, 243. So you're looking at like 7-8 cent. You're looking at an 8 cent stop. And 251.61's up here. You made 10 cents. Maybe 71. You probably made 20 cents if you were lucky enough to get up here, which you were. And then you cut the rest of it right here. Once we start cutting down, you just cut the rest of it. But this is what you're looking for. This right here, this candle has good volume. That's what you're looking for. That candle has to have good volume. In the 5 minute, the volume has to be greater than, I mean, we can always change it. I could always put a setting in there so you can just add the volume amount that you want. But for right now, we can just do 50K, a minimum of 50K volume for a 5 minute. That's like 10,000 per 1 minute. It's kind of low, to be quite honest. But we'll just start with 50K because I need to just check. I just need to check to make sure it's working. The Momo scanner is working. And right now, the Momo scanner is working. I just need to look at MRM. If you look at MRM, okay, so we broke that high of 218. We ran up to 221. We broke that 218. We ran up to 221. But it's just flatlining. You see how the MACD is just pinning? The moving averages are just pinning. The blue is the 9 and the red is the 26. So when they spread apart and that histogram starts moving upwards, that means that the 9 EMA is spreading apart from the 26 EMA, exponential moving average. And that's what you want to see because that's showing movement upwards. It's a lagging indicator, but it's showing strength and momentum to the upside. And that's what you want. As you can see here on this candle here, the volume was greater. So I need to check to make sure the volume is greater than the previous. I don't know how far back, maybe previous, just the previous bar, like right here, or the 2 or 3. I don't know. I'm just going to start with the previous one, just that one bar, which is right there. And that MACD, this wouldn't have triggered because that was 0.008 basically. It needs to be 0.001 like up here. And that triggered, which would have netted you 10 cents. But what was that? 703, so at 7. No, it wouldn't have because this candle right here is not making higher highs, higher lows. There's a lot of other checks that I need to do as well. I need to make sure that the 5-minute close is higher than the previous one, because right here, we're making higher highs and higher lows. Right here, we made a higher high and a higher low than that candle there, but we closed below a high. Close. Five-minute close has to be greater than the previous open, previous high, previous high. Yeah, that'll be a nice one. Okay. So there's 3 logics I need to check. There's going to be 6 conditions for these candles. And I'm going to just let the computer do that. Now, are you going to miss some trades if you just go off the Momo scanner? Yeah, well, but what I'm looking for is only making a couple trades a day. Maybe I'll lose one. Maybe I'll lose 10 cents a one, and then another one is a nice momentum, and I make like 25 cents. So who knows? Okay, let's take that down. Okay, what we have here, we got PINI. If you were looking at that, that's breaking. PINI, but the MACD negative. And it's breaking the 244, which is right there. 244, I mean, it ran up to 249, but the MACD's negative. That's not a momentum trade you want to take. It's not going to show up here because it's not making higher highs and higher lows on the 5-minute. And look at that red tape coming in right there. That red right there. I mean, the volume was increasing, which is nice, but then it's kind of stalling out. This, you don't want to be trading this right here. Ross Cameron calls this the backside. You don't want to be trading the backside. You want to be trading the front side. This is the front side, the momentum. You get your quick little scalps right here. You get about 10, 15, 20, get about 10, 20 cents right up in here. This is the front side. We've already made a high up here. Now we're sloping down, and this is the back side. And if you look at the exponential moving average, you can tell it's sloping downwards. You take the high of that, and then you take the current, and it is definitely sloping down. Also, we've got the VWAP at 244, and we're trading at 235, so it's below the session VWAP, which is not what you want. That's not what you want. So that is a no-go trade. As you see, it's turning into what I call a turd. I changed the colors here. Not changed them, but I made them a little bit darker so it's not as flashy on my eyes. The yellow needs to be a little bit darker. That yellow could be a little bit darker. Yellow could be a little darker. Over here to the yellow. Cancel that. I don't know what I just did. Font. Got huge saturation. I don't know. Okay. A little bit better. Blue. A little. That's fine. I mean, the break of this right here was okay. 244, 249. You didn't get very much. Got 5 cents. But that's not a trade you really want to take. And even on the MACD, on this right here, as you can see, it's kind of flatlining, kind of rolling, kind of like going down. So right there, that non-EMA is just kind of flatlining right there. As you can see, this is the non-EMA, and this is also the 9 right here. This is the 26. So when that blue line, that 9, is spreading apart, and that histogram is going up from like 0.3 to 0.4 to 0.6, yeah, that means there's momentum going up. That's what you want. Right now, histogram is going down. Not what you want. That is not what you want. It's all about the momentum and catching the coattails of big traders pushing this. Just got to ride the coattails of the big traders pushing this stuff. There's no catalyst. You know, I've noticed in the past week or two, it seems like kind of dried up, kind of like slow. I don't know when it's going to turn hot again. What I mean by hot, I mean some really good A+ setups where in the morning you get like 3 to 5. I mean, that's a hot market. We're not getting that. It's kind of cold right now, which is fine. Just how the cycle of the market has to operate. I wish I could do layout, display print. See right here, display prints, displaying that right there. Wish I could change the color of them. Might be able to, but I just don't know how to do that. So the spreads right there. Maybe I can just put the VWAP down here. change up here. So now I can look at the last 214 VWAP 241. We know we're trading below the VWAP. We do know that. This is not, I don't know what that VWAP is going, but I verified it, trading view, and this is the correct one. I don't know what's going on with that. Really need to build my own charting platform. Maybe I will do that when the scanner kicks off and it comes out of beta and we've got a few hundred people using it, maybe paying $25 a month, then I will start creating a trading platform. I think that'll be good. Or I can find an investor that wants to throw a couple $100,000 my way. I can spend a whole year building out a platform, which these platforms out here are really good. I don't know how I'm going to compete with them. If I built out a platform, it would probably be simple like this. What I really want to do is build out a trading bot that actually does the trading off the Momo, like 5-minute higher highs, higher lows. And you take the 1-minute entries, but like this right here, like you get in at 251, the stop's at 243, and then you kind of trail it up with like 10 cents or something. Yeah. Kind of look at the ATR, find out that'll be your first target. You sell half, move to a break even. I mean, during pre-market, I'd probably do it market hours, to be quite honest. That I could do. I could set it up, have a window set up right here, so where whatever trades that it's in, the windows pop up. Have a level 2, and you can actually, whatever you click in that window, if you want to close out the trade, it overrides the bot. It just closes it. Have it so where you can turn it on or off, however you want. But of course, you would have to, I can't write connections for all those brokers. They would have to be with Lightspeed. Lightspeed has a nice API, and they are extremely fast executions, which that is what you would need with the type of trading that I would be doing. You would need extremely fast executions, which Lightspeed has. I think they're the best in the game, to be honest. I mean, there's nothing here. We got Mac. There's nothing there. We got KPRX. There's nothing there. FRG. There's nothing there. GTLL. I'm looking at the press releases. There's like nothing. I don't know what that is. Got NWTN. There's nothing there. Latest press release that has any good one was at 715. That was MAC, and there's nothing there. That was MAC. There's nothing there, as you can see. There's just nothing. So we have real. What is real doing? Real PACB. PACB. ACB. The ACB is not doing anything. What are you doing? You got 1 cent spread. You got 9,000 on the 1 minute. You got 20,000 volume on the 5 minute. You're not doing anything. You got skin. I'm thinking this Momo scanner right here is really going to kick off at 9:36. And the reason I say that is because when the market opens, I've noticed that you in the pre-market, the first 5 minutes could be making higher highs and higher lows, and then on the 1 minute it's rising. So I am expecting when the market opens at 9:30 that there will be quite a few trades here. So what I'm going to do is I will take the press release off, move the RVOLs down, and kind of change the windows up a little bit, have this going like down, because we're going to get quite a few, I'm sure, which will be good. Be able to test it. We got Beanie. Let's see what you doing, BINI. You ain't doing very much. You got skin. Want to have skin in the game? No. We have real popping off on a 1 minute. Not doing very much though. Real. I don't know what you're doing there. We got real right there. PACB. We got MRM. MRM. I mean, that's not ideal right there. There's not much volume, so to be quite honest, you just wouldn't do it. Not enough volume there. Oh. Here, let's see what the SPY is doing. These are doing the same thing with it. Got MRM that's trying, but coming off of support area right there. But It's still under the VWAP. Under the VWAP. Got the MACD trying to go positive. Got BINI kind of put a little doji, little 5-minute doji on there. Put a little 5-minute doji on there. Break 218. But the problem is it's below the EMA, below 221. You would be looking for a 5-minute T-bar break, which is right up here at 230 more than likely. Get any momentum. And then he'd be shooting for 260 up here. Or you take what the market gives you, like I always say. They got MRM trying to go, but I ain't touching that. Touching none of this right now. KCB's not doing anything. MN. Yeah, MRM trying. MNY. That's nothing. This is being sorted by volume right here because I want to know what the biggest change is. I mean, yeah, this is all going to be up above 10%. Anything on here is going to be above 10%. So that's what I'm looking for. But I want to know what's moving, the volume for the 1 minute. I want to know what's going on. $7.50. We got 10 minutes. Probably news will hit. KZR, that showed up on the Momo scanner, but there was no volume on there, just like it is now. No volume. Which I gotta write that filter for it. I just wanted to get the Momo scanner working. Just to test the logic, see if it was there. Plus, I didn't have enough time to write all the other logic for like the 1 minute, like the 5-minute volume, and things like that. I will today, after the stream, I'll start banging out some of that code. So Monday morning, we will be locked in, ready to hunt. Ready to hunt. Ooh, you got Beanie. What's up, Beanie? Bonnie, Beanie, I don't know. What's up? You going down? You doing too swift, are you? Kind of going down. Way down below your VWAP. It was a nice trade right here with you. But right there. That was decent trades. Right up in here. Get yourself about 10 cents. That was a break of 250. Break of that right here. Break of these wicks right here, which is 257 is where you wanted to be, which was right here. At 70 ran up to 270, so or you could have come in here. See, the thing is, and you want to look at this right here, the thing is right here, yeah, we had some volume. We have that big wick right there, and then you had the next one right here, which was like a huge doji, and that was red candle. had this one right here. This is not ideal. This is not what I call a micro pullback. Okay, neither is this up in this area. That's no, because we have wicks right here. Wick, 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 wick. I mean, did we get a bullish engulfing candle right there? And you broke that right there, 247. Yeah, you ran up 250. You could have got yourself 20 cents, but it's just not an ideal trade. Plus, I don't see any catalyst. There's no news on this. So that was really the only good trade you possibly could have done. I mean, right here, yeah, on the 5 minutes, making higher lows, but just not ideal. And why you want to take a trade that's not ideal? If you're looking to build an account, you gotta sit and wait for ideal trades. And when they happen, you gotta strike. Yep. Let me get some more coffee. Usually when I get coffee, it costs me money. RM, nothing. Yeah, maybe it's a good day just to kind of look at the markets until it opens. I mean, we got 8 o'clock is rolling up, so we might get some news, might get some movement. Who knows? I wonder what Trading View's doing. Too. Uh, yeah, it ain't doing. Market's really cold. I mean, it really is. To be quite honest, it's actually like a eerie silent. Real just popped off. Popped off with about 6 cents. That's massive. That's massive. That's huge. No, it ain't. I don't know what that print was. Yeah. Look at that 100. Look at that volume. Nothing. Look at the 5 minute. Nothing. I mean, nothing. Nothing. Can't trade that. MRM is not doing anything. Neither is old Beanie. Real ain't doing anything. The top press releases, nothing hit there. Completely dead. Looking Oh, real. What you doing? You popped up. You didn't do much. Had double inside bars. Look at that. On 5 minute, you had an inside bar. You had an inside bar. Kind of popped at 7:01 and it popped up to 7:10. There's nothing there. Q's ain't doing much. Eight o'clock. Whack jobs are kicking in. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. I mean, MRM is up 75, 76%. So then you got real, that's up. I mean, change is 78.83 and mine says 79.1. So yeah, uh, have PACB has a massive float. So, got skin, that's up 20%. Mine says 20%. You got PACB, that's up 11.11%. PCB like 12.7. So yeah, OPRX got real. They hit the Momo scanner, but that's 8 o'clock. So let's take a look at 8 o'clock news. What I want to do is I want to keep my eye on the top press releases here, because there are certain keywords I'm searching for, like approval. That's one of them. There's certain keywords that I'm searching for. So what when you do is just wait until see if anything hits and then run through the tickers. Looks like it's updating. What I needed to do is get BST has news. That's earned. That ain't nothing. That was earning. Oh my. They're not running with anything. More vol 79, but yeah, that, I mean, T9, I mean, oh my, that popped up on the, let's see, NTRB. NTRB. Problem with that. Problem with that is that topping tail right there is a little concerning, but, TRB. Don't see any news on that. We got 807. Got 715 news. Still nothing on the press releases that's being scanned. NTRB, no. I mean, you look at the previous, I mean, if you look at the volume right up in here, that's good. But this volume right here, the selling volume, is high. I mean, the MACD is open, but that selling volume's high. It's like, no, no. You don't want that. You want OMI. There's nothing there. We got very showed up OPRX, AMF, MRM is not doing anything. NTRB. Oh, okay. That's what I was going to check. I was going to check to make sure that the WebSocket was still working, and it looks like it is because that was being updated in real time. Yeah, MRM's being updated in real time, so WebSocket's still working. That's what I wanted to check. Okay. Glad it's working. Yeah, so this is kind of not ideal. This charting platform. Lightspeed customer service is really good. I've called them a few times. The people really know their platform. They're really good. They're nice. They're polite. They know their stuff. Their charting platform is good. I'm using the Mac version, and the Mac version seems like it works really good. Now, I'm sure the Windows version is pretty locked down, but from my understanding, this is really fast. NTRB. FDA grants Nutraband meeting request for adverse fentanyl abuse deterrent fentanyl patch. Okay. But look at the previous 5 minutes. We got a big topping tail. MACD is just kind of rolling over right now. We got a VWAP of 799 and the last print 770. So it's trading below the VWAP. So this is not ideal. Darius is trading above the VWAP. I don't know what the heck is going on. NTRB is the top leader for volume so far, but it's only traveled 11%. Kind of selling off a little bit. But we put it a little inside doji bar. And if you get a break at 780, are you going to run to 8? We don't know, but the spread's 5 cents. The volume is kind of high on these candles, so it's not an ideal trade. It's just, I don't care if it does pop and you could get 20 cents. It's not an ideal trade. See, and look what I just said. It popped, but I do not care because it wasn't an ideal trade. And look how it popped and then it's kind of coming back down. No, and look at the 5 minute. 5 minute has a big topping tail right there. That's because of these right here. Those red candles. So, and look at it. It's putting in a topping tail. It's kind of weak. It's trading below the VWAP. It's getting pretty close to the VWAP by like a few cents. Not what I'm looking for. And that spike happened so quickly. Like, how could you get in and get out? It just happened so quickly. I mean, now you could have possibly gotten in, but how do you know it's going to be pushing up when you got big volume right there? You got big buying volume. They're trying to push it. There you go. TRB. I mean, you could have gotten in on the break of that break on the like 8.25, but down 8.12, 8.25, get maybe 25 cents out of that. But I just don't like the topping tail in the 5 minute. That's my only concern. And if you look at that right now, it's putting in a topping tail right here. So, you know, what I'm not looking just to scalp like 10, 20 cents. I'm looking to scalp like 10, 20 cents and get a runner. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to scalp 10, 20 cents and get a runner. That's what I'm looking for. Got NTRB. Got MRM up there. Yeah, see, this is just, let's see, NTRB. TRB. Making higher lows. But that wick right there was a little concerning. And as you can see here, is putting in the wick. So that, I mean, yeah, you could have scalped yourself some money off of that. I mean, you could have made 50 cents off of that, but really hard to play. OMI, TRB, and we got that right there. Up volume 135,000. I mean, we had a big topping tail right there. That is the one thing that kept me out of that trade. As you can see here, we popped up and then we're kind of sold back off, and now we're putting in a bullish engulfing, popping up again. So, but there's too many wicks. It's wicking up, wicking down. And I don't like that. Got a decent spread. NTRB could run. I mean, if you look at the daily, that was pretty decent. We got PET 8 o'clock. So on through this PET. Nothing ASMB. Nothing IXHL. That's nothing QMCO. That's nothing. Normally if they run, it would show up on the RVol right here. If you notice, none of them really had good volume. MRM, not doing much. NTRB is just kind of not doing much. MRM seems like it kind of sell off. The MPX popped up on RVol. Catalyst I know of. No. Go up there anyways. Hopefully it would. I mean, it just had a pop of 56,000 volume, which, yeah, as you can see here, it's there's got to be a way for me to figure out those RVols. And I don't know. You really don't know what traders are going to run with. You just kind of don't know. NTRB is just kind of grinding sideways. A 5 minute, it doesn't know what it wants to do. NTRB has no idea what it wants to do. I mean, look at a 5 minute. You got wicks up here, wicks, wick, but they're all kind of like sloping down. This is sloping up. It's kind of getting into a wedge pattern. So it's either going to break up or break down. And the amount of volume it's traded, 1.2 million. Yeah. Shares outstanding 11 million. So we don't know which way they're going to run this, but right now it kind of looks down. I'm thinking if it breaks 768, if we close at 768 below the 5 minute EMA, that's not going to look good. Looks like looks like the MACD's rolling over. We got volume kicking in on the 1 minute. We've just closed below the 1 minute non-EMA. That's not looking too hot, but on the 5 minute, we could get a bounce off of 769, but we do not know. We are getting a bounce. Is it going to be good enough? Is it going to be good enough to pop 850? is good enough to pop 850, that might be good. But if we pop 773, might not be too hot. NTRB has got news. It's the only catalyst we got. We've got EMBC, but I think that's reports. Yeah, that's earnings. I mean, it counts. Each time pharmaceuticals growth reasonable price, or maybe even better with options. Yeah, we don't. That ain't new. Press release is up here. 8 o'clock. I need to change the date on that. If we look at this, I need to have it look like this. That's what I need to do. The date looks right here, 6:30 a.m. I need to change it right here on press releases. It changed that date. Press release. Press releases, we gotta format that date. Good. We are slowly getting this scanner looking halfway decent. It's functional. You can make money. It's functional. It is functional. That's what we want. Ooh, it kind of broke down a little bit. MRM kind of puked out. Look at your MRM, you're kind of puking out. Look at that. Yep, it kind of puking. PACB, your MRM turned into a turd. NTRB is looking like it. NTRB is making a decision. Does it want to be a runner today? It has a catalyst, has news, or does it want to be a turd? And I'm thinking it's going to be a turd. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. The President Digital Tech Holdings seeks stable coin. Over the weekend, I'm going to shut down the WebSocket because there's no need for it to run. I think the wife and the kid are going to be getting up soon. CB's doing anything. Did break the 144 and then it didn't run. Market's really cold. I mean, it's going to be real interesting to see if Ross Cameron was able to make any money today. He might have made a, yeah. It's. I'm looking at other scanners as well. I mean, there's not much going on. I mean, there's Ugh. AMPX showed up on the Momo. But that does not mean you take a trade. The volume's 510,000. So I don't know. Volume says 1,000 there. Volume's not much. MPX, I think that might have been like the whole day. Yeah, that might actually be. Where I'm getting that data from, it's a little concerning how these, I might have to change providers. I mean, AMPX doesn't have anything going on. I mean, it showed up on the Momo because this right here is making higher highs and higher lows. So you're looking at 825, which is this candle here, but there's no volume coming in. As you can see, it kind of dropped off, but it did its job. So the scanner is somewhat working. It did its job. Pretty decent. I just got to filter out for volume. I got to filter out the volume. That's kind of like what I have to do. Look at NTRB. Look at those wicks. Something popped up on the Momo scanner. I couldn't see it real quick. What it was. Get a replay on that. I get a replay. Can I get a replay? SGX. GBX. You know, I don't like stocks that are under $2 to be quite honest. All right, kids. doing anything. Ain't doing anything. Weedo. Ooh. What about you, Sarah? Kids is kids. Kids ain't doing anything. Was it kids that showed up on the Momo? TKNO. Got TKNO. Not doing anything. We got kids. Doing anything. OMI. Why are you still in the R ball? You're a turd. You need to get out of there. You're that didn't real GCT. That's not doing it. MRM. NTRB. Look at that. Okay, I think they're making their decision pretty soon. Look at this. I mean, that's kind of sloping downwards. That right there, there's the high, kind of sloping downwards a little bit. They might be making their decision pretty quickly. We got AMPX that ain't doing anything. I'm going to replace you with kids. Kids is getting ready to break the previous 5-minute. We got 140 and it's at 140, but there's no volume coming in. We got a bid at 138. It's 8:30. Where's the news? Where's the news? Where's the movement? Come on. It's 8:30. And I gotta go pee. I know you wanted that information. I know you needed it. You see, if I go pee, something's gonna pop off and I'll miss it and I won't make money. That's not gonna be good. Got CGC with news. Got CGC. CGC with news, but canopy growth, Q1 revenue jumps 9%. Okay. That's just earnings as usual. Okay, NTRB, I think, is made its decision. NTRB looks like it wants to go down. After all those wicks, I think it wanted to go down. Kids not doing anything. TDTH, that's a Digital Tech Holdings, seek stablecoin. Yeah, we already read that. That was TDTH. TDTH is not doing anything. NTRB has got news. We already know that. We already know that has news. And that is not doing anything but selling off. But it looks like it's trying to pop again. Who, you know, they just can't make up their minds. 96,000 volume in the 5 minutes. NTRB, already 2 million shares, not much. I mean, there's nothing going on. The market's dead. Somebody killed the market. Somebody killed it. Get the pads out. Rub them together. Shock it back to life. Because somebody killed it. Somebody killed the market. We can always blame Trump. He killed it. The president gets blamed for everything. I don't care if you Republican or Democrat, you get blamed for everything. NTRB. We got real hitting the Momo. Why did it hit the Momo? That's very interesting. TRB turning into a turd, which those wicks should have told you something. Not to trade it. Real showed up on the Momo, but why? There's nothing. It made a higher low, but it didn't make a higher high. In the previous candle, the close has to be, which 5-minute close greater than the previous high, which that realistically would make it green. MRM is selling off, NTRB as well. A float of 90 million for real, shares outstanding 111 million, so that is kind of on par. I'm just trying to figure out why would the code do that. That's a false signal. MRM is kind of selling off. If you kind of look at it, that has turned into a turd. NTRB has turned into a turd. We have ONCO. I mean, things could be pent up, and ONCO does not look like it has a catalyst. There's nothing that came up at 8:30. It's 5 minutes. It's 8:35. There's nothing has shown up on here. Traders could be pent up, and hopefully they run something real. I don't know why you showed up. So if we break 345, we could get a little run. It's trading above the VWAP, which is, but you need to break 345. I do like how I can double click and bring the crosshair up and then double click and take it away. I do kind of like real. Why did you go up? Could there be prints that are not showing? Could there be prints that where the provider is showing something and the charts didn't? Well, now you went away. Good. But I need to figure out why that was a false signal. I don't know. CO, you're not doing anything. Verb Technology Company successfully closes. Verb. Might want to check out Verb. You might want to stay away from Verb. Don't check it out. It's ugly. Okay, everything seems like it's setting up. Everything is kind of like looking good. It's a pricey stock, but you need to take a look at something. Look at this area right up here in the level 2. Did you just see a 70-cent spread, 68-cent spread, 37-cent spread, 20-cent, 30? When I see this, I've got burnt by this a couple of times. 70-cent spread, 50-cent spread. Stay away from this thing. That right there, these spreads, these market makers are going to screw you so bad. They will screw you so bad. It's a quarter spread. I ain't trading that thing. I don't care. Go ahead and run without me. I ain't trading that. Matters of fact, I need to create a video on this. Okay, I just want to make a quick video. We have Verb that came out, but everything's looking good. Like on the 5-minute, we're making higher highs, higher lows. We got some volume kicking in. The 1-minute MACD's open. The EMA is sloping up. Everything's looking good, but I'm staying away from this thing. And the reason I'm staying away from it, well, it's a $23 stock, which is not bad. I do trade them, but the spread's 22 cents. I saw that spread. It's up here in the level 2 at the very top middle. I saw the spread go from like 50 cents. I saw it as high as 70 cents. There you go, 50 cents. You want to stay away from this thing. You see how Verb popped up on news at 8:30? Verb did pop up on news. Verb Technology Company successfully closes $558 million private placement to launch first publicly listed PON Treasury strategy company in partnership with, but stay away from it. You got to be careful when you're trading these things. I mean, the float, extremely low float. It's up 17%. Problem is the spread. It's tightening up. Now it's 15 cents. Now it's 48 cents. Now, I've been burnt by this 53 cents. I've been burnt by this twice in the past. And whenever I see that, I don't trade it. I don't care if it takes off. I don't care if it takes off running. I don't trade 61-cent spread. I don't trade 75. Stay away from it. You got to make sure, even though everything is setting up, before you pull that trigger, before you hit that hotkey, you absolutely must look at the spread. If that is not the first thing you look at, that is a 95-cent spread. Did you see that 95-cent spread? You really got to keep your eye on this. These market makers will screw you. That's all I have. Later. Look at Verb. That spread is $1.13. You got to be careful with stuff like this. You got to be careful. Even though the chart kind of set up and we were kind of running up, and I thought we were looking good, and I looked over and I saw a 50-cent spread. Now it's kind of turning into a turd. So now we got a spread. Look at that 40-cent spread, but it was like a dollar spread earlier. Yeah, you got to stay away from stuff like that. Before you pull the trigger, you got to make sure you check your spreads. All right, so 8:30 Verb. Stay away from that. Company, blah, blah, blah. Stay away from it. 8:30, we got APR. We have APR. There's nothing there. SVRE, there's nothing there. I mean, it would show up on the scanners, on the movers and stuff. OMI is still on the RVOLs. Boy, that's a PRU. SPRU. SPRU, okay. SPRU kind of did something. Okay, we had a run up and we had a little pullback here. 160 stops at 151. 9-cent stop. 160 came up to 170. Got about 10 cents right there. MACD was open. Yeah. SPRU. Yeah, SPRU. Okay, I just want to make a quick video. At 8:30, we had some news come out for SPRU. Spruce Power signs multi-year, multi-million-dollar agreement to sell renewable energy credits in New Jersey. So SPRU, and if we look at the chart, we had that right there was at 8:30, so it kind of popped, and it's on our radar. So it kind of pulled back, and then you can get in at 160, and then it got up to 176. So you got a little movement there, and then we had another pullback, and you could have gotten a little movement right there as well. So that showed up on the top press releases. So you kind of have to run through these top press releases when they get released and see what is moving. That's all I have. Bye. Yeah, there's not much there. Verb, yeah, you are crazy. Yeah, this is the TZ Momo scanner is on its way to being a decent Momo scanner. There's just a few things, well, actually quite a few things I need to add to it, work with it. But yeah, it could turn into something pretty decent. Unfortunately, it was giving a false signal, and I really don't know why. That was a good one. MRM, that was okay. AMPX, earlier there was a false signal that it gave. Uh, that made a higher, that was at 845. Yeah. So at 845, that was 846. I mean, you're not going to make much money. That's 88 cents, 90. Yeah, I mean, a few cents. That ain't nothing. Plus, it's really not enough volume to be quite honest. I mean, 75,000 volume on that, 100,000 volume on that. You know, maybe I need to make sure that we have like 100,000 volume on the 5 minute before it actually shows up. Maybe 50 would be good. I mean, we can start it with 50,000 volume. Because if you look at GCT, there's nothing there. 5 minute volume, 2,000. That's 49,000. I don't even know what that is. I think that's for the day. Need to look at a different provider, quite honest. I mean, for brands to me, stats, there's nothing there. We have MRM. We have Weedo that's pushing up. There's no volume there, though. No volume, no volume. Uh, SPRU. That's kind of rolling back over. Made a little money on SPRU. You did get that. That was on the press releases. You easily got about 10, 15, 20 cents out of that. It's trading below the VWAP. VWAP is 164 and the last print's 152. Below the VWAP. Not what you want. I don't know what the Q's is doing. Doing much. ONDS has got a change of 4.9%. Showed up on RVol, but the percentage change is kind of low. They could run with it, who knows. It's PRU. So okay. Perfectly. Oh, the topping tail on that 1 minute right there. Yeah, if you look at the 5 minutes forming, yeah, it made a higher high, higher low. MACD's open, it's above 0.01. Problem is that it's topping tail right there. 5 minute. Oh, look at that. Got some. We don't have much volume. If you look at the level 2, we ain't got much going on. Got 200,000 volume on the go 5 minute. 68,000. We're going to break 4.5. TNF 3. ATNF was good for Momo trade. Get done. Alrighty. Well, that was a decent RAM. Doing these go. Now, boy, look at that. It goes up. Goes down just as fast as it goes up. Actually, it goes down faster. Yeah. ATNF. The reason it's showing up is because this right here, making higher highs, higher lows, the previous 5 minute, which that's why it showed up earlier. But real has no idea why that showed up. ATNF. ATNF had no catalyst. So really no reason why it was going up, but it was an easy 40-cent trade. Got in on the break of that high right there. Momentum was there. Momentum was there, right there. The momentum was there. You break a 418. Yeah, you broke the 418 right here. Yeah, you broke the 418 and then it ran up to 440. So you could have scalped some off there. And then right here, 440 and stops at 430. So yeah, that was a nice run right there. Did break 418 here, 419, got up to 30. So yeah, that's good. The volume on, not that one. Okay. Had Weedo, but that's the news on that. National launches XRP token and Ripple USD stablecoin payments for platform. Okay. Reason why real should be going up. Well, actually, there is now, but before it wasn't. Let's look at the code for that. Kind of volume in that, to be quite honest. I 6. The topping tail, 5-minute topping tail on Weedo goes right here. That's not real. Why is that on the moment? False signal. I mean, I know it's why it's on there, because this is making higher highs, higher lows, but it showed up here. Because I gotta look at the code. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, that'll be fine. Look at that. Need to read. Oh, it's going off the current bar. That's why. Going off the current bar, which is this right here. That's 0. That's 1. That's 2. So it needs to go 1, then 2. That's, I can change them. As that's the same. Why I thought it was false signal. So I have to reverse. So that's the password. Come on. Okay, that's fine. We'll log in. Of course, really should not. Just can't. There it is. Oh, we're hacked. Do. All right, let's compile this right on the production server, which is a no-no, but hey, it's beta. Okay, so we'll just go hard. Okay, so that built. Release was fun. Start. Go to history. Alrighty. Okay, I am going to stop the server and start it real And that will start it and make sure. I want to make sure this is. Oh, that took a little bit longer than normal to start up, but hey, at least it's up and running. Okay, so now this should verb stay away from. That was a little crazy spreads. 80-cent spread. Stay away from that piece of junk. It's making higher highs, higher lows on the 5-minute, but the spreads at 80 cents to market makers will screw you. To stay away from them. Thank you. High five. Yeah. All right. Hey. Yeah, I got right to code to update that. But yeah, seems okay. Stay away from verb. Market makers are trying to get rich. Just stay away from it. Alrighty. PRX. Yeah, so if we look OPRX, I kind of updated the code a little bit. That's well, verb, and it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I might have to. I'm definitely gonna have to. Look at this SPRU, SPU. Really doing much. Market's gonna open in 5 minutes. Press releases, what we got here, 9:15. LIMX, nothing. Okay. Arval movers, I don't know. I'll just take that out. I want to really test this. I want to test this right here. Momo schooner. PRX. Don't know why it's still showing up. Could be a time limit we put on there. Market is really slow. Market is extremely slow. Nothing is going on. When the market opens up, I'm going to take the low float. Pick the low floaters. Market opens up. Top trader or biggest get. Biggest get. Market opens up. 1 minute. Market will open in 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. SPRU is fine. Market is open. Now, the low floaters, we're going to have to biggest gainers. Take a while for the it'll take a while for the scanner to update. It'll take about a couple minutes. It has to wait until the market settles down. First couple minutes, then you should be populated. Just need to settle down. A PRX selling off a verb. 50-cent spread. That's kind of crazy. MKZR, we have kids. What's the Qs? Scanners will update here and hopefully in about 10 seconds, the low floaters will be updated. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up. AMPX kind of popped. I might have screwed something up. Okay, so that PX that was only a 10-cent move. Yeah, I need to restart this. I compiled it. Fine. Oh, crap. Yeah. Load server. Hey, oh, this is great. It just all right. I gotta reset. This sucks. Nothing's updating. There we go. All right. That kind of sucks because I missed stuff. All right. Pre-market movers. At least that's updating. PTAI. PTAI. SIX. That's an OPRX. Look at AIP. That's nothing. TEC. These are just low floaters that are somewhat moving. WLDN. Okay, BTAI was a decent one. Was it 935? Yeah. Biggest movers. This is biggest movers. That is updating. Uh, yeah. All right. Something didn't happen quite right. But it is what it is. We got movers over here. We got OPRX. We have stuff moving there. We got Verb. Stay away from Verb. BTAI. TAI. ONDS. TAI. ONDS. OUST. That trip that has LZ. Okay, so it seems like Okay, let's go through this. But BTAI, that's a check. That's a check. ONDS, BTAI, that's actually a decent trade right there. Okay, BTI, ONDS, that's a check. OUST, that was my rip. Higher highs, higher lows, but that candle, I got to update the code. That'll be updated. That right there needs to be updated. Okay, I need to. Okay, CX. CT. Vera. AI. But that's a Momo. Vera. Uh, LZ, there's not much volume there. DS. UN. One is kind of, that's not doing anything. ONDS is a good one. You know, I think what I'm going to do. Definitely. 375, yeah. ONDS. AI. That's crashing. LZ. ONDS. ONDS has high earning. Oh, holdings investment. PTAI showed up on the Momo scanner, but it's not really Momoing. Because right here, showed up right here. You have a break of 430. It ran up to 447. I mean, 17 cents. That's, yeah, that's okay. You had a break, what was it? Break of 430, break of 430, around to 440. You got yourself about 10 cents real quick, but that's about it. And the volume was there. 1.5 million, so that's okay. Well, you know, I could do volumes on that. ONDS is still the best. I have ONDS. ONDS. That ONDS is not really, the volume's kind of drying up. That is the problem. The volume's drying up. If this scanner was working right off the bat, which I think I screwed up, when that server, when Ticker Zcan didn't restart, because I'm using service, I went into the command line and it didn't restart. Well, it restarted, but it took a while. I think it got hung. Yeah, because I said, oh, this is taking too long. And I think something got screwed up. I think that's what happened. Things like that do happen. You got BTAI that's trying to reclaim. You got ONDS that's getting ready to break. It did break. It broke 383, but it's not really doing much. I mean, this is, ONDS showed up on the Momo scanner. So this is what you're looking for is stuff like this. When it showed up on the Momo scanner where 935. So 935 is right here, so 936. You could get on the break of 380, but it kind of went down a little bit. You're looking at 937. Could have gotten the 9 EMA bounce, but right up in here, you got a little pullback. Could have done 376 all the way up here. So the Momo is working. The Momo is Momoing. BTAI. I don't know why that's still VRI is not, or LZ. Yeah, that's correct. ONDS is still the best. ONDS. I wonder what the R-vol is on that. That's pretty high. It's got to be high. So UN. All the way up in that. So UN. Yes, it's still the best. Why? Chopping tails on neg. 5 minutes, that's not good. That's not good either. AMR, that's not good. EEC, that's not good. SKLZ, that's nothing. Vera, CLNE, oust, it's nothing. Real is not real good. ONDS is the best one. That was the top Momoe. That was the top Momoer. Okay, I just want to do a quick recording on a new scanner that I'm working on. It is a TZ Mo for momentum. Right now, it popped up ONDS, which ONDS Holdings makes strategic investment in Rift Dynamics advances presence in Europe and gains exclusive distribution of low-cost attributable drone system for U.S. defense market. So that's good. It has an ATR of 9 cents. The average true range for the 1 minute is 9 cents. The volume is definitely there. The daily, I mean, it has made a nice little run on the daily. But on the 5 minute, what it's doing is checking to make sure it's making higher highs and higher lows, which it is doing, and that's why it's still on the Momo scanner. And it showed up on the Momo scanner around 9:35. So it showed up right up in here, which was nice. You had a little pullback. You had some inside bars right there, a little doji, and you can get in on that. And that was a nice little run right there. So it looks like it could be rolling back over. It's not going to be making higher highs or higher lows as we see on the current, but it could reverse. Who knows? But the Momo scanner that I'm working on seems like it's doing its job. There's still some tweaks I got to make to it before I release it to everybody. So you're not going to see this on your application on your desktop. I will send out a release note when I have this done. That's all I have. Make sure you like and subscribe and join the live stream 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Bye. Yeah, it still is. Hmm. Momo scanner's not updating. Oh, that looks good. Hmm. Because this should be taking it off of the scan. Plus the B is kind of going over. Why is this still on? Is it because it's cache? Yes. Yeah, so that's there. Yes. AI. Era. Yeah, so all that's you went to Wise Grocery. Hold on. They're not updating. Oh, ONDS is really in it. Too good either. There's no volume there. Um, BTAI, I don't know why that update. Why could that not be updated? Server. Get the right. Not updating on this. How somehow I am not. Oh, that's not. I just take that, rebuild it. All right, let's just do it. Okay. That could be a problem. Cargo. That could be a problem. Um, I think I think I fixed it. Not sure. Hopefully I fixed it. So SOU went and made higher highs here and higher lows here. But that green candle needs to close. Close greater than open. Okay. That needs to be fixed. And we have ONDS. That is correct. Higher highs, higher lows, ONDS. That is correct. Is correct. OUST. Again, the previous here, that's the high of 49, high of 50. So it was a penny higher, but it needs to close higher. This way, when you break 29.50, which is right here, this would have alerted you and you would have gotten in at, let's say 29.60. This would have been a nice 40-cent move so far. That would be nice. Okay. So that's somewhat good. Oh, well, we got neg. Neg is making higher highs, higher lows on that. The MACD is positive 0.2. Okay. That's neg. PSIX. Higher highs, higher lows, as you can see right here. It is doing that. Boom. So when you go off of 109, which is probably 109, you could do a break and you could possibly get 0950. Can you get 010? If 01050, you get about $1 right there. That would have been nice. I mean, it's $100 stock, so what are you going? PSIX, OUST. Again, it needs to 49.50. Wait a minute, we just looked at that. ANIP had news. We're making higher highs, higher lows on that. So that's good. That would be give you a little Momo. A little Momo. Now, the thing is the volume. It's being sorted by the volume. As you can see here, the volume. So the top four are going to be your best ones. I mean, 52,000 volume and up. You got a little oust. Little oust has 18,000 volume. That's low. You're not going to want to do that. I mean, you just can't get in and out. VVPR, yes, higher highs, higher lows. That would have been good. So the Momo is Momoing. The Momo is Momoing. But I got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen. I got a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and do the top. SOUN. SOUNP. See, wait a minute. What am I doing? ONDS. 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 LZ showed up. I don't know. LZ. That should be Momoing. All right, let's see if this actually updates though. Look at this. SOUNO. Oh, wait a minute. It just updated. Okay, good. Sweetness. All right. The Momo is Momoing. All right. The Momo is Momoing. We got big movers. But we got the Momo that's Momoing. We got the Momo scanner. We got LZ Momo scanner. We got bam. We got the Momo that's Momoing. Ooh, that was higher, but it needs to close higher than that. So that's that could have been 1010. 1010 was right here. So yeah, a little pullback, a little 1145. Get yourself about 20 cents on that. Maybe 10, 15 cents on that. That would have been decent. Got VVPR. That's a little Momo stuff happening right there. We got oust. 1015 was right there. But the Momo scanner hit. I don't know if that would have, yeah, that wouldn't have hit. So I got a little work to do. PSIX. It's making higher highs, higher lows, and the MACD on this is kind of off, so maybe I want to do the MACD a little bit higher, just a little bit higher. We got neg. What's old neg doing? We got nagging. Neg is Momoing. We got neg Momoing. We got LZ Momoing. You got some Momos happening. Got oust. That's becoming a turd. GCT is becoming a turd. ANIP, turding. PSIX is turding. Power Solutions Q2 sales jump what? 74%? Okay. So let's you know, I really need to, well, I couldn't trade because I had to fix this crap. Let's see what DINI. I'm looking at the scanners on TradingView, and they're kind of lining up with what I got. But let's figure this out. How do we do this? do the top 4. Oh, I was trading a little bit different. This is confusing. Here we go. Oh, maybe I can do that. How's that look on the stream? Then do that, maybe. So we got PSIX. This a 1 minute PSIX. We got LZ. We got Oust. I don't know if that looks all that good. Sure. Are not real. I don't think that looks as good. LZ. LZ. Got Oust. ISR. Yeah, WLD. We got LZ. LZ no mode. Got Oust. You know, I got an idea. LASR. LASR had news. It's earnings. LSAR had news. BGL. Boom. Very low volume. But that's not even tradable, to be quite honest. Boom. A very low volume. Cannot be traded. But LZ is probably a good one. AS. That's 20,000 volume. That's kind of low. ASTH. But it is a Momo trade, but the volume's low. LZ was the best one. Alrighty. So the Momo scanner is Momoing. S-O-U-N. That's a Momoer. Could break highs. 379 could break. SOUN has news as well. Sound horrible, revenue surging, growth margins, threat to whatever. Here is the trade right here. That was the trade this morning. This right here was awesome. Get in, it had a little micro pullback, get on the break of 1335. Come up here at 1355. That's about 20-cent move. Boom. You're not going to get all of it, but you'll get a lot of it. Boom, right there. What was the, that was 0.02. Okay. 0.02. That's good. CL. That's Momo, but it's that's Wix. UCL. We're on AORT. Yeah, that's a Momo. OWLT. No volume. No volume on these. No volume on these. I got to filter this for volume. SHC. But there's no volume. How can you trade that? I mean, look at the 1 minute. It's 6,000 volume. No, you can't do that. Maybe if you want to buy and sell to your friend and tell them about it, but hey. Where were we? LZ. Yeah. That was a Momo trade. Yeah, but there's not enough volume with that. Look at 4,000. There's no volume UCL. I mean, Sun right there. All right, let me make sure I get. Let's get an updated list going. Yeah, go ahead, track that. Oh, BGA, look at that. We popped. We broke 380, got 385. So if you're in at 380 and you're at 1386, you want to make sure it doesn't come back. At 1380, you want to, we got 120, 130, 1383, 1380. It looks like the selling is coming in a little bit. 1389. Want to see the ticker, you want to see the tape kind of lighten up green. I'd say of 8 cents. During market hours, you can shift B to a break even, shift H, sell half, shift Q, sell a quarter. CYD, got CYD on the Momo scanner. CYD on the Momo scanner. There ain't no volume. SHC, there ain't no volume. AORT, no volume. OWLT, why is that even showing up? Gotta fix that. Go back to Sun. Okay. 1393. Sun was on the Momo scanner earlier, so it's still rocking and rolling. It's still rocking and rolling. I need a stir. So if you're in a 1380, you don't want it to be BMNR. It showed up on a Momo. That's 1 million BMNR. That is definitely good. All right, I scalped that for a profit. I scalped that bad boy. Took my first scalp on the Momo. Made a little change for today. I scalped it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see, how much did we get? Scalped it for about 14 cents. Ooh, that would have been a nice trade. Just in and out. I'm kind of busy. But at least I wanted to take a trade on the Momo. Man, I should have held that. Whoever's holding that's going to get 50 cents. You know, if I was thinking, I should have sold half and moved to break even, but I just went completely all out because I'm a nutbag. I didn't think about it. CONE. CONE. There ain't no volume in that. Stay away from that. The only reason BMNR was a nice little scalp is because we had 1 million volume. That is a banger. We got real. It ain't well. Real went up. Real went up. I got to check to make sure. Let's try BMNR. The last is 47. We're above the VWAP. VWAP is 4582, and we're at 47. So I got to write the code to make sure we're above the VWAP because that logic is not in there. Let's see, BMNR, help. Or help. Or hello? Yeah. All right. Let's make a quick BMNR. What time was that? That was at 10:33. But 10:33, where's 10:33? 10:33 is right here. We had a quick little scalp right there on 10:33. If I had gotten there a little bit earlier, that would have been nice. We have Sown on the radar. We have Sown. Sown is moving a little bit too much. We have BMNR. BMNR. Let me do a video real quick. A quick little scalp on that. All right, I just wanted to do a video real quick on a quick scalp. I've got a new scanner called the TZ Momo. As you can see right here, BMNR is showed up on a Momo scanner. Got 800,000 volume. I mean, so the volume is there. So it showed up around about 10:30, about right here at 10:30. As you can see right here, we have Momo scanner. It showed up right here at 10:30, so we are moving up. And the VWAP is trading, the last is at 46, and the VWAP is 45. So it was above the VWAP, the volume weighted average price. And right up in here is when 10:31 is when it actually, I think it actually showed up. But you could have gotten in about right here, 46.64. And you got yourself about $47. So you made about a 40-cent move on that. That was a pretty good. That showed up on the Momo scanner. But you got to think about this. They go up real quick. They go down real quick, just like it is right now. But the reason this is a good one is because the volume was in there. The volume had come in, and the MACD was curling up. So you can just go ahead and jump in. You can jump in about right here, put your stop about there. 46.37 is your stop. 46.55 is your entry. You can go in on the break of that high of that candle. You can even put your stop down on the low at 46.54 if you want a really tight stop. But you got yourself a nice little trade. It's making higher highs, higher lows on the 1 minute. Because the alert came off right up in here at 10:30 on the Momo scanner, right here at BMNR. We got an ATR of 42, so your target would be around 30, 40 cents on that. So that's how you use it. I will have this released to the public soon. I just got to do a little bit more work, and we will have it out to you later. All right. All righty. PAPL. PAPL. PAPL is on the Momo. Look at it. It's a banging. BMNR. A little 5-cent spread. Okay, ain't much. Let's see, BMNR. Time was that? Bought 33. AXL has news. Dow surges 300 points. American Axle Manufacturing posts upbeat earnings. That is an earnings, but it is on the Momo scanner, and it is Momoing. Not very much, but it is a Momoing. We got PAPL. That's a low floater. PAPL. That's some crazy wicks right there. You got real. Did it get real yet? It kind of sort of did get real. We kind of ran up right here. I don't know when it showed up on the Momo scanner. Maybe about 10:30 it showed up. Maybe about right here. We had a little pullback. You could have gotten in right there at 680, sold to 687, made a little few cents, but that's about it. It ain't, the market's just really slow. It ain't really moving that much. But the problem with this is that the last is 670, the VWAP is 688. So, yeah. That is a problem. We got the Momo scanner coming up in here. We got the Momo scanner. Momo scanner is Momoing. Momo scanner, TC Momo. Let's do some press releases up in here. Let's see what press releases ain't doing nothing. Nobody putting out anything. Nobody's putting out anything. We got the Momo scanner. Is the Momo going to Momo? GSAT. Look at the volume on that. Stay away from that piece of turd. Yeah, it's Momoing, but you got to stay away from the low volume turds. I am going to filter that turd out so you don't get anything on you. Don't want to get no smelly stuff on you. Alrighty. Let me do a little check out the server. Make sure. Oh, that's what I was doing. It's 10:45. 10:45. Got about 15 more minutes. I made a little profit today. Not much, just a little pocket change, All right. That little pocket change could have been good if I wouldn't have gotten all flustered. I'm working. Lightspeed's awesome. Lightspeed gets you in and out so fast. It is awesome. I mean, in and out so fast. I mean, yeah, the BMNR, BMNR is not, I don't think it's a BMNR. Is that a low flow? No, BMNR ain't no low flow. BMNR shares outstanding, 49 million, but that's okay because I don't care. I don't care. I will trade me a 50 million float. I don't care. Shares outstanding 49 million. I don't know what the float is, but can we find out BMNR? Is that top traded? BMNR. It says float 2 million. We got 49 million shares outstanding. This could have been a split. I don't know what's going on with that. That's some crazy stuff. We got top traded right here. PAPL is top traded. Let me drag that over onto the side here. Yeah. Got top traded right there. Anything showing up on R vols? We don't care about that. We got a Momo. Got ourselves a Momo. Oh yeah, that ain't gonna work. Oop. I have to just cut that because yeah, I have to think about that this weekend, how I really want to lay out this platform. We got Sown, not Sound, Sown. Sown was a Momo trade. It was earlier. It showed up on the Momo. You got light volume. This right here, PAPL is on the Momo. PAPL. That's on the Momo. It's got a little wicks. Okay, little wicks. Right here, it showed up. It probably showed up at 1040. So at 1040, it showed up right around here. We had a pullback here. So we had a run up. We had a pullback to the 9 EMA. I mean, you could have gotten a bounce off the 9 EMA. You played it right there. Your stop could have been maybe 881. Yeah. Yeah, probably that would have been a pretty decent stop. And then you got yourself a nice quarter trade. That was on the Momo scanner. Yes, that is on the Momo scanner. We got an ATR of a quarter. Yep, see, look, get yourself a quarter. Get yourself a quarter. Pay yourself a quarter. 1,000 shares. Ooh. Ooh. 10,000 shares. Ooh. They're good. Get yourself 5,000 shares. Make yourself a quarter. It's $250. $250. I mean, 5,000 shares. That'd be about $1,250 right there. That would be good. Yourself on a Momo trade right there. At 507, the stop at 485. Get about 15-20 cent stop on that. Yeah. 510 ran up to 540s, about 30 cents on that. That ATR was correct. That PAPL, the ATR was 26 cents, so you got yourself a quarter. Could have got yourself a quarter. Now look at it. It's a turd. It's above the VWAP. It's above the VWAP, but selling off. Are we going to get a bounce off the 9 EMA on the 5-minute? We possibly could. We got a top and tail on the previous though, but you shouldn't be playing it right here. You should be playing it on the momentum. That's why it was on the Momo scanner, because it was on the momentum. This right here, it's still going to show up on the momentum scanner. But what I have to do here, what I got to do here is I got to make sure this, okay, this candle. Now this candle is making higher highs, higher lows. So this is where you want to trade inside this candle on the 1 minute. Right inside 1045. Right inside 1045, which is right here. I mean, it's on the Momo, but right here. You got yourself, a break of that. 522 you got up there. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But the reason it was still BMNR popped up again. Yeah, it's on the Momo scanner, and the reason it is because this right here is making higher highs, higher lows. I kind of want to have it. I mean, this is a run up. This is a pullback. This is a pretty big pullback. I mean, the volume is kind of low. Could have got in at 490, and got yourself about 10. Yeah, 490. I mean, BMNR, you can get yourself about 37 cents on this. And you get yourself about 37 cents on that. You're probably already in there at 46.90. That's 10. That's 25. Got yourself, yep, got yourself a little trade right there. Got yourself a little trade. Got yourself a little trade. Oh, daggone, it lit up like a Christmas tree. BMNR lit up like a Christmas tree. What's up? Need to get a blue stamp? Yeah, we could probably go this afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just get in the truck and go get it for you. My daughter came in. She wants to get her mystery blue snail. Throw it in the tank. Yeah, we gonna do that. We gonna do that. But right now, Daddy gotta make a Daddy gotta make a truck payment. I'm just a redneck trying to make money, trying to make my truck payment. I gotta come to the market, try to make my truck payment. Probably don't know my story, but I was a software engineer and I was a contractor for the government. I didn't work for the government. I was a contractor. I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton. We were big contractors for the government. I was a senior software engineer, and I got laid off. Just like it's a bunch of sad stories, just like everybody else. But my six figures got kind of like, ooh. Then I was talking to my uncle. My uncle's a trader, and he's like, you know what you're doing. Like, just trade, make money. Like, all right. So I built myself a scanner. Started trading. Then I got the big idea. I got a big idea. I was like, you know what? Maybe other people would like this too. Because I built this scanner because I didn't want to pay for trade ideas, didn't want to pay for scans because, well, it's kind of high, kind of expensive. So what did I do? I wrote my own. It's free. Well, not really because I got paid for the data, but hey, you know, it's kind of like break even. I could have paid for a scanner, but hey, maybe other people want some. Maybe other people want this. Who knows? We got a BMNR that showed up on the Momo, and we are Momoing right here. We Momoed right there. We Momoed. Whoa, look at that. Boy, that ain't looking too good. But we had a nice little run up. We had a bounce off the 9 EMA. Boom, makes yourself about a quarter off that bounce. If you get in on the bounce at 47.10, where's your stop? 46.91, about 20 cent stop. You got an ATR of 34 cents. You get yourself about a quarter easily. About a quarter. Pay yourself a quarter here, a quarter there. Got yourself 50 cents. 1,000 shares. You got yourself $500. $500 for the day. Now I traded this, and of course I got a margin account with Lightspeed. So yeah, I'm one of the privileged where I don't have to care about the PDT. I'm a little bit privileged on that, but hey. You know, the SEC is thinking about reducing it from 25,000 to 2,000, which I think would be awesome because when they do that, I'm going to hopefully Lightspeed will do like 3,000. Maybe I'll throw in I'll just throw in whatever Lightspeed wants because I really like their platform. Awesome executions. The charting is a little bit, it's all right. But Lightspeed is written in C++, and the developers must be fantastic C++ developers because this thing is amazing. You got SONE, SOUN, Momoing. We got a little pullback right now, but it's just a Momoing. See, the thing is, when you get this stuff, when this stuff shows up, like SOUN showed up on the Momo scanner. BMNR showed up on the Momo scanner. So what you want to do is you kind of want to keep an eye on this. You can keep it out on the charts over here and keep an eye on it. VVPR kind of showed up a few times. You kind of just want to keep an eye on it because this stuff will set up. And once you see something setting up pretty decent, then once you see something setting up pretty decent, you kind of go here to your main chart and kind of get in. Make your plays. Make your plays. Trip. Are we going on a trip? Nope. We ain't. Very much. BTAI. That's on the top traded. What's old BTAI doing? Nothing. ONDS is on top traded. That ain't doing much either. ONDS was earlier. That was earlier. The low floaters, we got PAPL. PAPL showed up on the Momoer. You can put that down here. VVPR is a low floater with news. PAPL. So that was a Momoer. Earlier it showed up. So when it shows up on the scan right here, when it shows up on the TZ Momo scan, I mean, that's all good and everything. And what you can do is just kind of put them up here on your charts onto the right side. And when you put them up on the charts on the right side, you can just kind of keep an eye on them. And when things set up, you know, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. You see, you had a little run up, a little pullback there. I don't like them wicks. They're a little crazy. But kind of wicked up and made you some. PAPL, we got an ATR of 22 cents, so you can probably make yourself about 20 cents. VVPR, got 10 cents. That's a little low. Vivo Power to purchase initial US 100 million of Ripple shares, effectively buying an XRP at the implied US 47 cent per token. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. SOUN, BMNR, SOUN, BMNR. We got VVPR, PAPL. We got Trip. Trip, you ain't making no trip because you at 10,000 volume. You a turd. Don't get no stinker on you. TripAdvisor announced the participation of upcoming conferences. We do not care. That ain't big news. And if we look at the top press releases, there ain't really no big news happening. It's 11 o'clock. And it's 9:15. We ain't got no big news. We ain't got no big news. I think the plays are done for. I left a little money on the table because I had some fiascos I had to take care of. I had to modify the code right on the server. You don't do that, but it's in beta. And plus, yeah, everything is good to go. I think once I write some more code and test this more, I think people are really going to enjoy this Momo scanner. Some people are going to come up with some good trade ideas, some good trading plans. And if you do, make sure you tell me about it because I'd like to make a little money myself. I'm like a one-trick pony on my trading plan. I'm a one-trick pony on my trading plan. Okay, so let's run through the Momoer. We got SOUN. Yep, that's Momoing. SOUN, probably get yourself about 8 cents on ATR. We got VVPR. That should be updated. I don't know. VVPR, BMNR. BMNR is taking a dump. Oh my word. I hope nobody's in that bad boy. Trip ain't got no volume. But it showed up on the Momoer. It ain't got no volume, no. Make yourself about 5 cents trip, man. About 9 cent ATR. ASTH. ASTH ain't got no volume. So yeah, I think I'm going to filter out the volume here. We got trip. Ooh. We got OPRX. OPRX on the Momo. Yep, it's a Momoing. Okay, you got right there. You got higher highs. You got higher highs right here. And on 11 o'clock, you start trading it at 11, which is this candle right here. So maybe you got a wick. That's a little concerning. You got high volume on there, so that's not a play you want to take. But if you want to take a break on that hammer, you get in at 615. You got yourself 625, 35 cent ATR. But it's not it. Okay, I'm gonna shut it down because I got some code to write for the Momo scanner. I think it's looking good. I got to do a little bit more tweaking, and we make this bad boy even better. I will talk to you later. 7 a.m. Monday. Later. Have a good weekend. How you shut this thing down? There we go.